Good morning. Please bring Lot 1 American Aberdeen heifers to the gate. Lot 1 American Aberdeen heifers to the gate.
Well, good morning to you folks ringside. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to be here in Roswell this morning, judge the Eastern New Mexico State Fair. Awesome fall morning. Couldn't think of a better day to have a cattle show. As we get started here this morning, a really nice single entry heifer the young man brings us. Nice Aberdeen female, really moderate in her kind. I think a female that is so bold in her body shape. I really like the practicality to her. A female that has a lot of doability, and as she gets out on the move, I think a female that's still really sound in her structural build, just very fundamentally correct type of female. Maybe like to change her hip structure just ever so slightly, but that's getting really nitpicky on a really nice single entry here to start a show. Those of you folks ringside, congratulations to this young man. Give him a round of applause.
First place, Class 802, Colby Prince, Chavis 4H. Please bring Class 803. Full-blood American Aberdeen heifers to the gate, please. Full-blood American Aberdeen heifers.
As we work our way into this second class, I think a really nice trio of females, and really for me it comes down to the two that kind of stand out over here. I think it's kind of close between those two, but the longer the cattle are on the move, I really am comfortable with the female that leads off. I definitely think she's a longer bodied female. She's more extended up the front end, yet I think where she really excels is when she's pulled to lead. She's more correct in her hip and hind leg assembly. She's more flexible out of her hock, and I just really appreciate her look of quality, her balance, and then her structural build to go ahead and use her over the heifer that comes in too. Young man's heifer that comes in stout in her feature, and I love those things about her. She's really big in terms of her foot, and her got a big top and a lot of body. Unfortunately, she maybe has a little bit more chest. She doesn't get out of her hock, and her rear leg maybe quite as comfortable as a really nice heifer, though, that comes in two. Young lady that comes in three has a really moderate female. I think a female that has a lot of rib and a lot of doability to her. I appreciate those things about her. Maybe she doesn't balance up quite as well as those two other cattle that we see right in front of her. I'd maybe like to modify the way she gets out and goes on her rear legs as well. A good competitive trio. Congratulations to all three of those exhibitors.
Results for Class 803, first place, Colby Prince, Chavez 4H. Second place, Brantley Spear, Chavez 4H. Third place, Aubrey Prince, Chavez 4H.
Well, as we finish up here in our Aberdeen show, I think we've got two really nice class winners. And if I'm not mistaken, the young man might exhibit both of them. He came in with the heifer that won the first class, and he's back on the heifer that wins the second class. And so a really nice pair of quality females. I think there's some differences between them. I think both of them, in terms of their structural build, they have plenty of fundamental correctness in terms of rib and body. I really appreciate those things. In terms of just look, balance, and quality, maybe just turn it up a little bit higher to just another level, maybe in comparison. Young man that comes out of Class 2. Congratulations.
Champion American Aberdeen belongs to Colby Prince. Your Angus heifers to the gate. Angus heifer gate.
Class here as we get started into, I think, the full blood that leads off, and I think of the pair, she's one own stouter legged female. She's and just her navel just a touch, but a really stout featured female that has a lot of rib and a lot of body. Really appreciate the practicality to her. That's not to take anything away from the female that comes in second. She might actually be a touch trimmer and cleaner from a condition standpoint, and I appreciate those things. Rib and body. Like to pick her up in her pin set and just level her up out of her hip.
First place and champion full-blood American Aberdeen, Brock Spear. Second place, Caleb Spear.
A really nice single entry heifer that could certainly use some competition. I like a lot of things about this female. I think she's one that balances up really well. She's really nicely presented, and the young lady does a nice job showing her. I think she's a female that is really deep, and proportionally, like I said, she balances up exceptionally well from the side. But I think all in all, that's a female that has a great deal of quality. We'll see her probably back here in a little bit. Congratulations, young lady.
First place in Champion Angus heifer, Jordan Hamill.
Another really nice single entry Hereford heifer as we get started here in our Hereford show. March heifer here, it's really moderate in her size. I think a female that has a great deal of just female quality up through her front end. I appreciate those things about her. She comes back really deep and bold in her body. Maybe just like to complement that. She's got a lot of rib and mass up high. Maybe just like to complement it with a touch more just foot and touch more bone and just a touch more stoutness to her overall feature. But I think that female's just really impressive fundamentally. Can't get overly critical on her. I think it'd be a nice cow for the young man someday. Congratulations, a really nice single entry.
First place, Class 842, Brock Spear.
a really nice pair of females that come to the front of this class, and I think both of these come up top because there's just more quality in these two. Of the pair that I think has maybe a little bit more quality, there's just more cow feature to the one that we lead off with. I think she's bolder in her body. She comes back deeper in her flank. I think there's just more to her in that regard, and she's one that's really sound and practical in that combination, and her look of balance just combine a lot of things that really make that one need to just go ahead and lead off and win. Not to take anything away from the heifer that comes in second. Like I said at the beginning, I think there's a pair of females that come to the front. They do so because proportionally they balance up maybe a little bit better than the heifer that comes in third. I like this female. I think she's one that is really long in terms of her body. I think she's one that, again, like I said, offers a quality look from the side. The young lady does a nice job here with her. Maybe in comparison, she's not as bold in her forerib. Maybe she's not as stout in her pin set and her bone work. I'd like to just change her in a couple of those features just to give her a touch more just everywhere, just to be more competitive with that heifer that we lead off with. Heifer that comes in third, I think up front she might have one of the most refined necks and just has a great female look, her shoulder forward. Love those things about this heifer. She comes back with a bold turn to her body, and I like that, and she's got some expression as you get in behind her from a muscularity standpoint. Unfortunately, she gets a little bit coarser in the way that she blends it together from the side. I'd like to stouten her up in her bone work, loosen her up structurally especially, and just give her a shot more soundness. But a good competitive class. Congratulations to all three of those young women.
First place, Joni Vance, Quay 4H. Second place, Addie Owensby, Union 4H. Third place, Reese Robb, Curry 4H.
I think both the class winners that we have here in our Hereford division, really nice, high-quality type of females. I think the young September heifer's one that is really green in her condition, yet she's so bold in her kind. She's really stout in terms of her body and her feature. I love those things about her. Maybe just a couple areas where I'd like to change her. Right at the top of her hip and the way that she's made in her hip and comes back into her hind leg just ever so slightly. At times she can give you a more awkward look, and the young man's maybe struggling a little bit more to get her stopped and pulled together there on the profile. Even still, I think she does that naturally, and when she's on the move, she kind of wants to duck her pins maybe just ever so slightly. In front of that, though, that female is just so maternal in terms of her look of balance and her just look of profile. I think that's a really nice, high-quality type of female that the young man has. The wavy-haired heifer that comes out of the second class, I think, is one that is just really complete and very fault-free. She's got just a good cowy look. She's really powerful in her body, her pin set. I really like how long long and level she is out of her hip structure and the way that she plants down with maybe a touch more bone. I think she sets down with a more attractive set there to her rear leg. I think this three-quarter view for me tells the story, and I really like the look of balance and the way that this one just paints the picture of quality. Young Ladies Heifer out of her second class is going to be our champion. Congratulations.
Champion Hereford Heifer belongs to Joni Vance, Quay 4-H. Please bring your mane and ewe heifers to the gate. Mane and ewe to the gate.
Young man comes in with a single entry mini Hereford, and I think a really nice female that he brings us. He's been in the ring again today and doing a really nice job. Here with his mini, I think a female that really appreciate just in terms of the fundamental correctness that she has. I think she's really sound in terms of her structural build. I think a female that has plenty of rib and body, and I think she'll prove to be a good cow for this young man. Maybe just a couple of aesthetic things that we'd like to maybe organize in her skeleton just a little bit smoother and a little bit more correct, but I think very fundamentally a high quality type of female, one that is extremely practical in her kind. Really like a lot of things about her. Really nice heifer, young man. Congratulations.
First place and champion mini Hereford Heifer, Brantley Spear, Chavis 4-H. Please bring other registered breed heifers to the gate. Other registered breed heifers.
A really nice pair of Maine females, and I think this pair, there's some maybe trade-offs between the two. Ultimately, I think the one that we land on to win just has a shot more quality as you get off the side of them. I love her female look up front. She throws her head up so high, and she's so just has a great female look about her head and her neck. I think a female that comes back and on the standstill blends together with a great deal of balance and quality. I think she does that because she's maybe a touch longer in her hip structure and she's deeper in her rib and her body. I maybe like to change her, set her down in her loin as she gets out on the go, just level her in her top line just a touch as she gets out on the move, but that leads off. Congratulations to that young lady. Young man coming in second, I think very fundamentally correct type of heifer as well when she's pulled the lead. I like her structure build. I think a female that holds her loin better than the heifer that we talked about in first. I love those things about her, and ultimately I like this one's maybe size. She's really moderate in her frame, and I appreciate those things about this female. I think she's going to be a really nice cow someday for this young man. I don't know that she gives us the same depth of rib and depth of body. I think a female just gets a touch plainer aesthetically from the side, although she's still one that balances up really well. Maybe just doesn't hit you with that initial impression of just female quality like the heifer that we have that leads off. But a really nice pair of cattle in 1 and 2. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
First place in champion Maine and Jew heifer, Joni Vance. Second place, Brock Spear.
Kind of give you a rundown of how our schedule is going to work here today. After we get through at the heifer show, we'll take some pictures real quick, and then we'll try to roll into our New Mexico bred show, or New Mexico born and raised show, excuse me. And then we will get some pictures there, and then we'll move into our regular market beef show. For those interested, Taylor from the New Mexico Cattle Growers is set up on the far end of the show ring down there. At the conclusion of the show, New Mexico Cattle Growers will be hosting their annual showmanship contest. If you wish to participate in that, you must be a member of the New Mexico Junior Cattle Growers Association. and she can help you become a member of that very fast and very quickly down there. So if you wish to participate in that showmanship contest, you need to go to the far end of the ring down there and visit Taylor at her table. Thank you very much.
As we get into our key division, a single entry key heifer that the young lady brings us, and I think one that comes in and hits you really hard from the side. I think a female that just is so long and extended up front, and yet she blends together really smoothly, just a stout, powerful package with a lot of quality. Maybe like to hook her up right in behind her shoulder just a touch better, but I think a female that is really stout in her bone work. She's really powerful as you get in behind her, and yet from the profile, she's a really impressive female, really nicely presented, with a great deal of quality. We'll see her back here in a little bit. Congratulations, though, to this young lady.
First place, Class 882, Aspen Furrow.
really intriguing class, and I don't know that we land on just the most perfect female to start, but I think we end up with one that adds up just the most good. I think a female that is maybe just a little bit more advanced in relationship to her age. She definitely has more rib. She has more body. There's just more to her. I think up front, just her hip forward, I think there's a lot of things to like about her. I'd like to change her in her pin set and the way she sets her rear leg down to the ground. Aesthetically, there's a couple of things that I would piece together in her, maybe just a notch better, but I definitely think she adds up the most totals in a female that needs to win. Where the Brockle Face Heifer comes in second, and I think could rival some things that you see in our class winner, is that she definitely on the standstill balances up maybe just a little bit better in her top, and the way she comes back to her pin set and her hip. I definitely prefer that, and the angle to her rear leg there on the standstill. I don't know that she utilizes it when she's pulled to lead any more effective than the heifer that we start, and I definitely think she gives up just some rib, some body. Quality, though, keeps her in second, especially over the heifer that comes in three. Heifer that comes in third, really like just the stoutness of bone that this female has. I think a female, again, she's really green in her condition. There just needs to be more to her today in comparison to those two other cattle in front of her. A good competitive class, though. Congratulations to all three of these exhibitors.
Commercial heifers to the gate. Commercial heifers.
Two completely different females in our other registered breed division. I think the female that wins and was a single entry, the key type female, I think is one that really appreciate in terms of her balance and her look of quality from the side. I think she's particularly better out of her hip structure and the way she sets her rear leg down to the ground. I think she's a sounder female, especially the way she utilizes her leg. It's not to discredit the young lady's yellow heifer here. I think she's one, again, that won her class because there was a lot to her. I think a female that has a lot of performance there for her age. She's relatively stout in the way that she's put together. Ultimately, her hip structure for me isn't maybe put together quite as correct. I think a female that gets out on the go and could utilize her rear leg maybe just a touch more effectively when she's pulled to lead. I definitely still think there's some quality in that female, but ultimately the one that exhibits the most quality is going to be the key heifer. She's going to be our champion. Congratulations.
Champion other registered breeding heifer belongs to Aspen Furrow.
Absolutely. I'm ready to clear the crowd out now. Attention in the barns. Schedule, after we finish with the heifer show, we will take some pictures. Then we will move into our New Mexico bred show, take pictures of those. Then we will move into our regular show, beginning with the British division. So we will take pictures after every one of these different shows in between. Thank you.
Two yellow heifers here as we start our commercial division, and I think both of these are more similar than they probably are different. I think both a pair of females that have a lot of rib and a lot of body and a lot of power to them, and I appreciate those attributes about both of them. I like the way the female up front maybe just sets down a touch more just correct in her rear leg assembly. She's got a bigger square foot, and I appreciate those things about her. I'd maybe like to lay her in her shoulder maybe just a little bit smoother and pull her tail head down just a nickel, but definitely think that female, when she's put together, has a great deal of balance and look. Definitely think she's a touch longer and maybe a touch more powerful. Young heifer that comes in next, I think the young lady does a nice job with this other yellow heifer again. She's one that maybe just a touch smoother there in her shoulder. I like her up front. I think a female that moves out of her front end just a nickel better in comparison to that heifer in front of her. I still don't know that she's perfect in that regard, and I think in comparison, a heifer gets just a touch shorter in her hip structure. I'd like to set her down with just a touch more bone to accommodate the mass that she has up high. Good competitive class of females that are really close. Congratulations to both those young ladies.
First place, Jordan Perez, Guadalupe 4-H. Second place, JC Armio, Guadalupe 4-H. Please bring your breed champions to the gate, please. Breed champions to the gate.
Another nice pair of females here in our second class of commercials. I think the red and white female, when the cattle are on the move, just solidifies her spot as needing to win. And being a first place female, I think she's sounder than the heifer that comes in second. When she's pulled the lead, she's definitely better out of her hip structure. She sets down with just more flex and comfort there to her hind leg. I appreciate those things about her, and I think there on the side, a female that has some quality to her. I'd maybe like to lengthen her up in her hip structure just ever so slightly, but I think a female in comparison that exhibits more quality and she's sounder. I like a lot of things about her to win. The black and white heifer that comes in second, really moderate in her kind. She has plenty of rib and body, and I think a female that's stout in her bone and her feature. Unfortunately, she gives up maybe some of the front end quality that we see in the heifer directly in front of her. I'd like to elevate it or a pin set and then set her down more comfortable when she's pulled the lead. That's probably the biggest complaint I have on her structurally. She's maybe not just as sound as the heifer that we lead off with, but a nice competitive pair. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
First place, Lexi Thomas, Elida FFA. Second place, Tegan Burris, Roosevelt 4-H.
As we bring both of our class winners in to pick a champion commercial, I think both of these females are good. Both of them are a little different. The yellow heifer up front is one. If you were making maybe show steers, that one would be one that you would navigate to. I think she's one that's really powerful. I think she's one that has a lot of balance. Like I said, I'd like to maybe just pull her in or shoulder just a touch. I think a female that comes in at her knee, and because of that, she doesn't get out of her front end structure maybe quite as sound as I'd prefer. And then in a perfect world, maybe just like to just dial down her tail head. On the complete opposite end of that, you have a female that, in the red and white female, that has a lot of rib and body. She's got a good female look up front. She reads really smooth. She's not pieced together maybe the most correct right now, and I don't. She's getting she just looks a little bit more awkward. When they get on the move, though, she is sounder through her front end. I would like to change her hip and her hind leg structure, and that's one big thing maybe about her in comparison. I don't know that she's pieced together the best, but when the cattle are on the move, I definitely know which one I prefer. The red and white one's going to go ahead and be our champion. Congratulations.
Champion commercial belongs to Lexi Thomas, Elida FFA. Champion American Aberdeen, Colby Prince. Champion Full Blood, American Aberdeen, Brock Spear. Champion Angus, Jordan Hamill. Champion Hereford, Joni Vance. Champion Mini Hereford, Brantley Spear. Champion Maine Anjou, Joni Vance. Champion Other Registered Breeding Heifer, Aspen Furrow. Champion Commercial, Lexi Thomas.
Well, folks, as we with our Heifer show, first thing that I would ask of you, I'm going to ask you guys ringside to do quite a bit together for these exhibitors, not only the ones in the ring, but the ones that are still ringside. Awesome Heifer show this morning. Like I said, it's been a good show, a lot of quality represented here within our champion lineup. A lot of good cattle, maybe some that are still kind of back in the barn of the lineup that we have of champions or champions within their respective breeds. I think we're going to get a top 5 from that. But spend a little bit of time within each class and working through with each exhibitor. I think we'll just a stand-up job, but and so I really am impressed with the lineup that we have out here. Things a person can do. To be completely honest, the way that maybe some of these cattle kind of sort out, there's some attributes you could tie into maybe one or the just very fundamentally correct cattle that are sound, that are problem-free, need to sort up, and that's the way that I'm going to line up your top 5. One more time, though, those of you ringside, big round of applause for these exhibitors. You guys have heard me talk the cattle enough. I'm going to go show you your champion, your reserve champion, followed by 3, 4, and 5. Congratulations again to all of you exhibitors.
Supreme Heifer belongs to Joni Vance. Reserve Supreme Heifer belongs to Joni Vance. Third overall belongs to Jordan Hamill. Fourth overall, Aspen Furrow. Fifth overall, Lexi Thomas. The livestock judging contest will be held tomorrow at 11 o'clock in the show ring. Class 1, New Mexico born and raised, please come to the scale. Class 1, New Mexico born and raised, to the scale.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Eastern New Mexico State Fair Market Beef Show. As we move forward this morning, for those that don't know and haven't been around any shows that I help put on, I'm kind of a stickler for this, and I think we kind of need to get our priorities straight before we get going in the day. And first, we need to get God first. And so we're going to say a prayer here to begin with. One of our judge, Marcus Arnold, is going to pray. After that, Miss Joni Vance is going to sing the national anthem for us. And then after that, we're going to show cows. So it's going to be a perfect day, guys. So Marcus, lead us, please.
Thank you, Mike. If you guys don't mind taking off your caps and maybe bowing while I give us a prayer. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for the day and the many things that you've blessed us with. Lord, we're just so blessed to get to live in a world where we get to chase our dreams and our passions, Lord. And for a lot of us ringside and a lot of us here, that's showing and raising cattle and livestock. And we're so blessed to be able to do that. Lord, we're so blessed to live in do these things. We're so blessed that we've got a support system for these young people to grow them up and raise them in the way that they learn some really good life skills. Lord, we're just so grateful to get to be here. We're so blessed with the weather. Lord, we just pray that you would continue to bless these people, these kids, and the cattle, Lord, and the people that help. Lord, we're so thankful for everything that you do and your love, your grace, and compassion. We ask these things in your name. Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Outstanding. All right, game on. Let's show cows.
Good morning. Our judge for the New Mexico Born and Raised show is Kylie Patterson, a native of San Antonio, Texas. She grew up on a small Brahma operation where her and her sister competitively exhibited their cattle across the country. Patterson in Brenham, Texas, before transferring to Oklahoma State University. She was an livestock judging teams and was one of only 2 people and the first woman in the history of the Century-Old event to win high individual at the national contest in Louisville, Kentucky in junior and senior college. OSU was also in 2019. Currently, she is a business partner on an innovative online video judging practice platform and the assistant livestock judging team coach at Texas A&M University. Please join me in welcoming Kylie. raised Class 2 to the scales. Class 2 to the scales, please.
Well, it's a pleasure to be back in New Mexico sorting through your bread and fed show. And I tell you what, if starting the morning off with Jesus and the national anthem doesn't get you fired up, then I'm not sure we're wired the same. Way to start off, I think if the caliber of continue to be like what we've seen here, I'm awfully excited to see the next class. You know, with that being said, I'm not sure that there's just a standout winner in this group, and I'll be honest, some structure on a few. A track star out here, but I think if you look beyond that, so burly and robust through the center portion of his body cavity, extremely huge over his rib and loin. I like in this lighter weight class that he's one of the two smoother finished options as well. I just thought his tandem of grid favor, along with the fact that a nice balanced woofy kind of a calf, just solidified his win in this particular. Congratulations to that young lady on bringing a really high caliber, fresh, muscular steer to the show. With that being said, I think the one that's awfully intriguing is this young man. And you give this guy another 2 months, I think it might be a different story. Unfortunately for the shallower jawed, tighter four-ribbed option, I'm not sure if he's experienced the same kind of fedability. Other cattle in here, awfully bare over his last. You talk about. Got it. I think the calf that comes in third maybe has his most terminal incentive down the top side of his skeleton as any. That guy is just huge and monstrous in the turn to his loin edge. Really appreciate how massive he is out of his pin set and dimensionally stays in mouth steer's demise within the top three just ended up being at the ground. I don't know if the frailer footed, straighter, shallower heeled steer ever gets out and strides with the best of them. I think he up looking higher tailhead and shallower flank. Just like to amplify his balance from the side. Awesome power steer, and that's what keeps him up. Really woofy option that comes in fourth that's maybe not wanting to act the best for the young man. Dense-bodied, big-footed. I think he's just a nickel past his prime. You can see that up through his head, neck, and chest. Don't know if he handles near as shapely or as square down his rib and loin either. A nice, woofy, powerful steer nonetheless that deserves to be at the top end of the class. You know, the market heifer might have thrown a king just in terms of balancing so well, in terms of being really good in her body shape. I think she's another one that leaves you maybe as big-ended as any. Unfortunately, I think the lower-fronted, plainer-fronted heifer that wants to roll them in and pigeon up front just doesn't handle nearly as shapely down pie. I think I'd certainly like to hook her up different in terms of her loin edge as well and have her go a bit square as she leaves. But a really nice, fundamental kind of a calf to go ahead and fall in next. Different speed in terms of frame and growth curve, and I really appreciate just the softness of body that this young lady's calf has, and I do think he reads practical in terms of his type and kind. Just think when you get off to a three-quarter view of the one that's just a nickel snugger in his forerib, just a nickel planer up high and from behind. I'm not sure he's assembled with near enough to run with the cattle ahead of him. Love his look and love his softness. Just need to power that guy up. The Hereford's probably got a tick more in terms of mass and dimension. Unfortunately, he just doesn't handle it near good enough. I'd certainly like to loosen him up on both ends of his skeleton, and then it may be a different story if we give him a different running gear. Congratulations to that young lady. Then we have another practical baldy that's going to come in next, not near woofy enough. I think the same story can be said with the one that follows directly behind it. And then we round out the class with a really dense, soft-haired, neat-necked kind of a calf that just needs to be rearranged in terms of his body type to amplify his feedability and ultimate fat cover here today at a fat. Excellent top end of exhibitors.
Class 1 results. First place, Kendall Smith, Quay 4-H. Second place, Ranley Kruger, Tatum FFA. Third place, Avery Cabot, Quay 4-H. Fourth place, Jet Parker, Lee 4-H. Fifth place, Eli Norsworthy, Doña Ana 4-H.
I'll be honest with you, from the moment these two hit the gate, I knew it was going to be a two-horse race at the top end, and I sure wish this young lady's calf with an eye patch would act just a little bit better out here and show himself off, because, boy, I think he's got some incredibly tricked-out pieces. You talk about one that is just ginormous in terms of his foot size and feature, incredible in terms of the way his rib cage sits in him, and still have that neat of a neck, and feed in with that kind of square shape out of the backside of his shoulder, I think is awfully impressive. Tack that on with the fact that he's incredibly big-ended and still handles it appropriate enough, I think was enough to go ahead and win this class despite of his attitude. You know, if we're going to change him, I think he could be amplified in terms of his outer hoof wall and maybe dig his heel into the dirt just a little deeper ever so slightly. But boy, I think that's being awfully particular on an fired up, really muscular kind of a steer that deserves to certainly win this class. But the market heifer in second certainly looks the part from the side. I mean, talk about one that balance is incredible because of the way that people behind in the back have kept her so fresh. Neat in terms of her neck attachment, really appropriate in terms of the way her chest still sits in her, and really balanced back in through her rear rib and flank. And by no means is she short on power. I guess where she falls short in relation to the steer directly ahead of her is an effort to keep her a little fresher and a little less fat, as I know those heifers like to put on. Maybe she's just a nickel opened over her last couple, maybe not near as gnarly in terms of the turn and shape down her rib and loin. Certainly like her hind leg quality and length of hip quite a bit better, and that's what kept the pair so incredibly close. You know, the steer in third, I think, is just good real world cattle. He's clearly slicker haired, not blessed with the right kind of hair coat, maybe just a bit steeper out of his hip, but I think past that, when you start studying just true body shape, dimension, forearm, and feature, man, he rivals your winner in those regards. Certainly is just a bit bigger backed and bigger ended than our one in second. Just didn't think he was a looker by any stretch of the imagination, and that's what keeps him a comfortable third. The young lady in fourth has done an incredibly good job taking care of that one's hair coat. I think he's presented with the best of them. Unfortunately, with his extra shot of frame and length of body, and we're getting in the mid-14s, he's still not finished enough for me, and I'd certainly like to just make him a bit more advanced in terms of his over his last couple, drop him in his flank ever so slightly, but an incredibly good-looking one that was more than deserving to be at the top end of this particular class. Steer that's just a bit stouter, just a bit wider, and just a bit bolder than the one ahead of him. Didn't think he handled it near good enough, just a bit straighter off both ends, too uncoordinated. If we could advance him in his step and then lay him back in his angles, might be able to move him up a few more spots. Good practical, fundamental kind of a steer comes in next. I think a pot of this one's just easy feeding, easy doing kind that's got enough to him would certainly always keep a guy in the clear. Unfortunately, today in a steer show, I'm just not sure if his rounder build and flatter design reads with the same kind of quality as the cattle ahead of him, so that's what gets him beat. Yellow calf directly behind him sure got more to him. Unfortunately, I just saw the bigger frame, longer bodied, rounder hipped option not quite being finished enough for me. I think he's another one that could just be amplified in terms of his foot quality and rear step. We have another calf that comes in next that maybe follows mold with a few ahead of him in terms of being really neat looking, just not quite finished enough. Again, when we're getting into the upper 14s, 15s, it's been an expectation of mine that you handle right and you're smooth and you're done. Just wish I can advance him in those regards. Different speed in terms of growth curve comes next. He is softer, he is more finished, just didn't know if there was the same kind of quality in the pigeon-fronted rounder hip steer who still needs to be powered up. We have our heaviest calf that comes in next, and he certainly has got a lot of look up ahead of his shoulder. I think he too is relatively sound and flexible enough, and certainly deep-bodied. Not near enough power, not near enough just a carcass of merit there in terms of his degree of finish. And then we round out the class with the shorthorn appearing steer that I know is big-footed and neat-looking, just need to have a lot more to that guy in order to work him up. Excellent class of steers. Let's give that top end a really big round of applause.
Class 2 results: first place, Jordan Hamill, Artesia FFA, tag 42346. Second place, Aspen Furrow, Texaco FFA. Third place, Casey Gutierrez, Lincoln 4H. Fourth place, Savannah Bricker, Elida 4H. Fifth place, Lexi Thomas, Elida FFA. First place, Class 1, Kendall Smith. First place, Class 2, Jordan Hamill. Class 1, second place, Ranley Kruger. Second place, Class 2, Aspen Furrow.
Maybe not as big in terms of numbers, but man, the three steers and heifer we have out here, I think are certainly top quality and deserving to be in this final heat of things. With that being said, I think my decision's relatively easy out here. There was a pair of them that was awfully hard to decipher between. One that was an attitude away, I think, from being an incredible steer out here in New Mexico. The one out of Class 2 is going to be our champion. We'll follow it up with the heifer to be reserved.
If y'all are trying to figure out what we're doing here, it's kind of chaos. I understand that. But we picked our champion in our reserve. We sell 2 out of the New Mexico born and raised class. So in case we have some pulls, I need a sale order. So we're going to sort these all the way down through 6 so we kind of have a sale order. So that's what's going on here. Thank you.
Grand Champion, New Mexico, born and raised, Jordan Hamill. Reserve Grand Champion, New Mexico, born and raised, Aspen Furrow.
I would like to take a moment to thank Kylie for coming. I think she had to teach class at A&M yesterday at 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon, so she got in here kind of late last night, but we appreciate her efforts. Like I said last year, I think a young and rising star, I think, in the judging business, and we're going to see that pretty rings behind a lot of backdrops, judging a lot of shows in the future. But it's good to have you back, Kylie. Thank you for coming.
Bring British steers to the scale. British steers to the scale. Please bring the American steer to the scale. American steer.
Once again, if you're interested in participating in the Cattle Growers Association Showmanship Contest at the conclusion of our show today, you must be a member of the Junior Cattle Growers Association. Taylor is at the end of the show ring with her table set up. She can help you become a member. But you must be a member of the Cattle Growers Association to participate in that contest. Thank you.
Our judge this morning is Marcus Arnold. He grew up on a small family-owned cattle and show pig operation in Panhandle, Texas. He attended Clarendon College, where he was a junior college All-American. He then attended Texas Tech University, where he received his bachelor's degree in animal science and was on the record-setting national champion livestock judging team in 2008. Upon graduation from Texas Tech, he attended Colorado State University and earned a master's degree in animal nutrition. Marcus served as the livestock judging coach at West Texas A&M University and Butler Community College. 12 All-American students and 15 champion or reserve champion teams at national contest, and was the 2016-17 Junior College Coach of the Year. Marcus currently works as Director of Sales for United Animal Health and resides in Winterset, Iowa, with his wife, Paige. Please join me in welcoming him to our show.
Well, as we get started back into our steer show, I think a really nice class and a big diversification in weight. I think we have a steer maybe weighing right at 1,100 pounds and some getting closer to that 1,500 mark. But in any case, I think these two kind of replicate a look of quality, and because of that, I think they need to sort up. Yet even between this pair that offer more quality, I really never considered beating the black steer here that we lead off. He came in and one that I thought just offered a great deal of balance. And not only is he probably the highest quality calf in the lineup, I think he's won proportionality just from a muscularity standpoint. He's maybe a touch square right in behind his shoulder. He reads really smooth over his 12th. I think a steer that is very fundamentally correct and makes a nice class winner. The one that makes a close second, or I guess comes in and ends up in second, replicates a lot of things that we see in our class winner. The shorthorn steer here, I love his look from the side. He's up-headed, he's long-necked. He's one that balances up really well from the profile. I'd like to maybe just give him a shot more quality right in behind his shoulder, hook him up just a notch better in that regard. And then in comparison to that leadoff steer, just stouting him up right in behind his shoulder on a comparative discussion. But compositionally, he's correct, very fundamentally correct market steer that offers some quality. Nice steer there, and two. Young man steer coming in third. Really, I guess he's probably the tank of the lineup. He's so wide in terms of his skeletal build. He's so bold in terms of his body. He's compositionally correct, and he probably has more on him than the two cattle directly in front of him. I think where he probably gets beat is up front. Looks just a little bit coarser and thicker about his neck. Gives up some front end quality to those other cattle. But as we pull him to lead and get him on the move, I don't know that he's maybe as sound as those other two, so I elected to keep him right there in that third position. Young lady coming in next with the Hereford steer, a really fresh appearing steer compositionally. I probably prefer him over the shorthorn steer in front of him. A really fresh condition steer, and I like those things about him. Just from the side, he gets beat for me. I think a steer that just loses my favor in the way he puts his top line together. He gets a touch shorter in his hip, and he drops his pins. Skeletally, just like to rearrange him in the way that he's organized. But a nice type of steer that offers some freshness and some quality. I like the black steer here when we stop him in the silhouette that you can give you from the profile. I think reads really good, and you can make a case because of that of jumping him up maybe a spot there or two. I think a steer, though, as you get right in behind him and comparing to those cattle right in 3 and 4, he's not as bold right in behind his shoulder. He's not as stout through his lower quarter. I'd like to set his rear leg down maybe with not as much flex, and maybe just set it down just a little bit more attractive in the way that he utilizes it, but a nice fundamentally correct type of steer. Shorthorn, big steer coming in next. I think one that's ultra stout in his bone work, one that's got a big hip. I think one that for his weight and pushing up in one of the heavier calves in the class, for me, just needs more on him from a condition standpoint. Gets a touch flatter in his forerib. Compositionally, he needs more to him. That's where the other shorthorn steer has the advantage. He does have more on him, and I appreciate those things about him structurally as he gets out on the go, just like to loosen that one up. Young man coming in next brings us a steer that is relatively sound in terms of a structural build when he's pulled to lead. We stop him and get him set up on the profile. Not only would I like to see him maybe just a touch stouter in his kind, but I'd like to organize him with a shot more balance and just set him together just organizationally maybe a touch better. Steer that we close with, one that reads with a lot of quality, and I love those things about him. Young man, I wanted to make sure that I talked about that because I like a lot of things about your steer. Unfortunately, he gets in a weight group where he gets just out-horsed, and just throw another couple 100 pounds on him. We could work that steer up a great deal in that class because he does offer a lot of quality. Just gets outmanned today in a really competitive lineup. Congratulations to all those exhibitors in that first class. Congratulations.
Class, first place, Michaela Bricker, Roosevelt 4H. Second place, Libby Motiset, Texaco FFA. Third place, Ty Crook, Eddie 4H. Fourth place, Araya Garcia, Roosevelt 4H. Fifth place, Grady Moss, Hagerman FFA. Please bring exotic class 1 to the scales. Kiefer Klein and Heath Swinney to the scales. Kiefer Klein and Heath Swinney.
As we get into our American division, young man brings a single entry and one that'll be our champion, obviously. One, though, that I think could use some competition. I think a quality steer here, ultra big boned, ultra big ribbed, a steer that has a lot of power, yet he still balances up really nice from the profile. A nice type of steer that really could, like I said, use some competition. Maybe change him, gets a little bit more mature in his look, but getting really pretty critical of a really nice steer that the young man brings us. Congratulations on your champion American.
First place American, Ty Martinez, Eddie 4-H. Exotics Class 2 to the scales, Class 2. Class 2 to the scales, Class 2.
Good competitive class of calves, and as we get into our top 3 or top 4, I think it gets really competitive. I don't know that there's a perfect one that we land on, but I'm really pleased with the steer that leads off. He's just so stout and rugged in terms of his bone work. He's easily one that reads the boldest in terms of his body. Because of that, he's one compositionally and from a stoutness perspective that handles really fresh right in behind his shoulder. He's bigger in his back in comparison to the steer that comes in too, and he's definitely bolder in his body, and I like those things about him. I think fundamentally just a very correct market type of animal. I'd like to maybe make some small modifications to him, but I don't know that need to get just too deep into those things, because I think just a really nice market steer there to lead off. Steer that comes into, I think one that reads really stout in terms of his bone work. He's maybe more expressive in his shape as you get right in behind him. In the steer that we compare him to and that wins, I think one though that gives up a little bit of rib and body in comparison. I'd like to see him maybe just a touch more along in terms of his finish, but I think a steer that reads really stout, he's really powerful, a really nice balanced type steer that ends up in 2, and really like his build. The red steer here comes in 3rd, really nothing wrong with him, very fundamentally correct. Compositionally, I like him over the steer that comes in 2. I think a steer that is really big backed and powerful as you get in behind him. Gets a little bit plainer from the side, maybe not quite as stout in his bone work, and if you change him in those 2 things, stouten him up in his feature, I think you could slide him into that 2 hole pretty easily, but a nice type of steer there that comes in 3. Young man steer that comes in 4, he's bigger boned, he's stouter in his feature, and I like those things about him. I don't know that he's any more powerful as you get him up high and you get right in behind him, and then as you get off the side of him, that steer just a little bit shorter in his kind. He doesn't balance up maybe quite as correct as some of those other cattle that we see, but I really like a lot of things about this black steer. He's really fresh. Young man's done a nice job with him. Other black steer here coming in next, I think one that's longer sided. I think one that might be just a notch trimmer, and I think that works to his disadvantage where a steer reads just a touch shallower in his body. I think he's one that could use maybe a touch more on him. In regards to his finish, back to his 12th, but I think a steer that's really stout in his bone work and powerful as you get right in behind him. The silver steer coming in next, a steer that has some depth to his body, moderate type of steer, one that's still relatively level on his top, and I like those things about him. Steer that offers some expression, just doesn't piece together maybe quite the look that we see in some of those other cattle. I think structurally maybe some things we'd like to modify him up front as well. Other silver steer here coming in next, one that gives you a good look from the profile, but if we could just stouten him up, he needs a better shape right in behind his shoulder, and I'd like to see him fresher in his kind. Steer coming in next, I think complements that steer and is definitely better in that regard. He needs to be upgraded in terms of his structural build. He needs to be bigger in his skeleton. I think a lighter weight steer that just gets outpowered. Steer that comes in next, longer bodied, appreciate just his hip height, I guess, in relation to the steer in front of him. Maybe a steer that just gives up some dimension as you step right in behind him. We close up with a steer that's stouter in his bone work. Unfortunately, a steer that gives up some rib, some body, and some quality. Good competitive lineup. Again, congratulations to each of those exhibitors.
Class 1 results. First place, Hallie Munson, Goddard FFA. Second place, Ranley Kruger, Tatum FFA. Third place, Avery Cavett, Quay 4-H. Fourth place, Cody White, Curry 4-H. Fifth place, Brantley Spear, Chavis 4-H. Please bring Class 3 to the scales. Class 3. Courtney Brandenberger and Calvin Autry to the scale, please. Courtney Brandenberger and Calvin Autry to the scale.
really fun trio of cattle of sort, and I spent a little bit more time working this trio because there's a lot of things that I like about each one of these calves, and I think those of you ringside, you probably have your favorite and can make a strong case for probably any one of these three winning, and I would be okay with that. I'd kind of jumbled them around in my mind a little bit. My initial impression was a little bit different. When I got in and handled them, it changed my mind a little bit, and the longer that we're out here, ultimately I did something even different from that. But I think the longer we're out here, the most complete steer for me is the red steer. I think he's the one that most effectively combines just a really practical fat steer look. I think he's one that's extremely just correct in regards to his finish. He's got a really big back. He's really I think he's good enough. He may not be as good as maybe some attributes that you see in some of the other cattle behind him. He may not be quite as correct in his rear leg set, and I'd like to change him in that regard and just lengthen that steer up just ever so slightly. But he's fundamentally correct. He looks like a good fat steer. He's ultra big bodied. I think that steer is plenty good enough to go ahead and lead off. That steer's got a lot of quality and a lot of things I like about him. I think the difficult steer of the trio comes in two because from the profile, this is the one you like the most. I think one that's so long-necked, he's so fresh. I think the most youthful steer of this top three, without a question. He is the soundest steer of the top trio as well, and I really like the way he gets out of his hip and the way he utilizes his rear leg. For me, I don't know that he has as much body as either two of the cattle on either side of him. Steer relative to his size cuts up in his flank maybe just a touch more. Compositionally, he may be not quite as correct as either cattle on either side of him, and I'd really probably dig him in that regard. I think he's still stout enough. He's plenty heavy enough muscled, but maybe just like to see that steer just drop down in his flank ever so slightly. But a really, really nice steer there that ends up in two. Steer that comes in three, I love this guy on the handle. There's not a more powerful steer in the lineup. He's got the biggest back. He's got the stoutest hip. In comparison, I don't know that he pieces together maybe quite as good from the side. Shoulder back, I really like him. I think he's really fresh. Up front, though, that steer gets a little bit more mature about his head and his neck. His chest in relationship to his body is set in maybe just a little deeper. And I don't know that steer from a hip height standpoint is maybe quite as big as those other two cattle. Reed's maybe just a little bit more on the moderate side, but those are three really, really impressive steers. My congratulations to that top trio of cattle. From there on, a good set of cattle. The young lady coming in fourth, really stout bone steer, one that's really fresh looking. He's got a great look from the side in comparison to that top trio. He just needs a bigger back. He needs to be stouter as you get right in behind him. Gives up some muscle comparatively, but he's good built. He's sound. I love those attributes about him. Just gets into a competitive class there and just runs out of gas. A really powerful steer coming in next. He's got more rib. He's got more body. Just needs to be pieced together better. Really gets more mature up through his front end. Steer that gets a little bit more round in his look. I think a steer that you really appreciate just fundamentally having a lot of body, having a lot of muscle. Because of those things, I kept him right there where he is. Yellow steer coming in next. I went back and forth between these two because I like his build maybe just a little bit better. He balances up better from the profile. I think a flatter rib steer that needs more on him compositionally as you get right in behind him. In comparison, I don't know that he's quite as stout as those cattle directly in front of him. Really moderate black steer coming in next. Really stout in regards to his feature. Gets a little thicker up front about his neck. Gets a touch straighter in his shoulder. Maybe like to correct the way that he's put together from the side and his build. Young man does a nice job with a steer that's not wanting to cooperate today. Young lady coming in with the black and white steer on the standstill. I like him because he paints a silhouette of balance and he's big bodied. Get him on the go. Needs to be loosened up structurally. Steer coming in next, probably a touch trimmer compositionally. He's more expressive in his shape. Get in behind him. Steer that just cuts up more in his flank. Steer that needs more on him compositionally. Steer that probably has a touch softer body comes in next. Maybe just gives up some quality. And then run into a black and white steer that just needs more rib, more body, touch more power. Good competitive class again. Congratulations to each of those exhibitors.
Class 2 results. First place, Kendall Smith, Quay 4-H. Second place, Samantha Hendricks, Moriarty FFA. Third place, Aspen Furrow, Texaco FFA. Fourth place, Courtney Brandenberger, Corona FFA. Fifth place, Conlon Arnett, Union 4-H. Please bring Class 4 to the scale. Class 4. Beef exhibitors, there's Domino's Pizza near the east end of the show barn, provided by Leprino.
Again, another top trio within this respective class that I think are really good cattle. All three of them are a little bit different. Ultimately, the pair of bigger-bodied cattle reside in 1 and 2. And within that respective pair, when this young lady steer came in, he hit me like a tank. And I think he's just so opened up in his rib. He's so massive and behind his shoulder. He is one of the biggest back calves in the class. He's one of the stoutest and most powerful. He is a little thicker about his neck, and he's a little as much just show ring appeal, but that steer balances up incredibly well. I think a really nice, fundamentally correct type of market animal that we lead off. Congratulations to that young lady. I thought it was a little bit closer, maybe between 2 and 3. Young lady steer here in 2, definitely bigger bodied. That one mirrors more of the look that we see in our class winner. He's really big-legged. I think a steer on an individual basis gets a little straighter in his shoulder. He's maybe not quite as stout as you get right in behind him as the steer that we lead off with, and maybe as the steer that we compare him there in 3rd. But I think from just a practicality standpoint, the way that he's put together from the side, he mirrors that of our class winner. The outlier of the group comes in 3rd. And I like a lot of things about this steer. He's probably more extended up through his front end than those 2 directly ahead of him. He's definitely one that's really expressive in his shape. He's probably he is the most expressive of that top trio. He doesn't have the same just forerib shape. He doesn't have the same just depth to his body. Just doesn't give you the same practical fat steer look that we see in those other 2 cattle. I'd also like to set him back in his knee on an individual basis, but man, that guy's got so much expression. He's really good in the way that he utilizes his rear leg, really high on that steer. That top trio is really nice. Steer that comes in 4, really moderate type of steer. One that probably doesn't have as much look as the white steer right in behind him, but he definitely has more muscle, and that's why I kept him right there in that 4th spot. From the profile, maybe like to change some things about your calf, young lady. Pull him down his flank and give him a shot more freshness and youthfulness up front. Nice type of steer, though, that you bring us. Alternative to that, I really thought that pair was close because from the profile, I like the white steer here quite a bit. He's up-headed. He's got a fresh look. I thought he was going to be higher up when he first came in. As you get your hands on him, that steer is just a lot staler. He's maybe needs to be a lot stouter as you get your hands on him. Maybe like to see him with just more muscle. Steer coming in next, I think definitely has that advantage. Bigger bone type of steer. Gets too round and coarse in his shoulder. His tail head sets up a little high as he gets out on the go. Doesn't sit down as hawk, maybe quite as correct, but one that offers a lot of power, and I like those fundamental things about him. Steer coming in next, moderate type of steer. Again, I think one that has some rib and some boldness. One that just gets too round out of his hip and needs to set his rear leg down square and more correct. Steer coming in next, more moderate and level out of his hip, and I like those things about him. Still same issues out of his rear leg, needs to be loosened up. Black and white steer coming in next, maybe a touch sounder and looser in a structural build, one that just needs to be stouter and more powerful. And we close with a steer that might have just a touch more shape. Unfortunately, from a condition standpoint at this weight, maybe like to see him just a touch more on him in terms of finish, touch powerful down through his lower quarter. Really good competitive class. Congratulations.
Class 3 results. First place, Addie Owensby, Union 4-H. Second place, Charles C. Ramsey, Otero 4-H. Third place, J.C. Miller, Des Moines FFA. Fourth place, Kristen Grau, Grady FFA. Fifth place, Courtney Brandenberger, Corona FFA. Please bring market heifers to the scale. If you are the owner of a white Expedition with a Texas license plate NRY or a blue Nitro with a New Mexico license plate 978 WBG, you are blocking another vehicle. Please move. Market heifers to the scale. Market heifers.
One last time, if you're interested in participating in the Cattle Growers Association Showmanship Contest, you need to see Taylor at the end of the ring to get signed up to be a member of the Junior Cattle Growers Association. If you so wish to participate, that must be done before you can. One other quick announcement, we will not pick a champion exotic. All first and second placed animals need to be down here at the end of the ring, be ready for our grand champion drive.
Reese Rob, we need your market heifer at the scales. Reese Rob.
Another really good and competitive class, and I think there's probably more variation amongst this heavyweight group of cattle, as it's probably your last show in the season. I think maybe some of these probably been held at a weight a little bit, and so in terms of freshness, you see more variation amongst these heavier weight cattle. But man, this guy for a heavier weight steer is really fresh, and that's what sorts him up over 2 and 3. The silver steer just really good in his shape right in behind his shoulder. He's so powerful as you get right in behind him. I'd maybe like to compliment him with a touch stouter bone work, but I think a steer that just paints a good look of balance. He's bolder back to his flank than the steer that comes into. Maybe just a really nice steer there that leads off. Steer that comes in second, I think, is one that, again, really stout boned. He comes in, he hits me really smooth. A steer that's a little straighter in his shoulder. I don't know that he's maybe quite as deep back in his flank, but muscled steer, one that reads with a lot of balance. That's what keeps him over the steer that comes in 3, just the way that he's organized in his skeleton. Definitely think he's better in his top line over the steer that comes in 3. From a power standpoint, I probably prefer the steer that comes in 3. He's really stout structured, he's really big backed, and he's really stout hipped. From the side, just like to piece that guy a little bit better. Steer that gets a little off right in behind his shoulder, rounder out of his hip. If we just organize some of the pieces of a skeleton just a nickel smoother, I think he can work his way up because he's so powerful. Really nice steer there that the young lady has, the one that comes in 3rd. Young ladies that comes in 4th, I think from the profile, you can make a strong case for this one being in the top 4 and in that discussion, and I think rightfully so he does. He's a sound structured steer. He's one that is built correct in his skeletal build. I don't know that he's powerful enough, though. Steer that gets a touch plainer, especially back into his pin set, and we just need to stouten him up on an individual basis. Orange steer coming in next. I think compared to some of the other cattle, he doesn't hit you quite as hard. A steer that just a little flatter haired, but fundamentally he's correct. He's fresh. I think a steer that's compositionally correct. He's got plenty of shape up high. I think he just gets a touch plainer from the profile. He maybe doesn't read quite as stout in his feature as some of those other cattle, but he's sound, very fundamentally correct type of market animal. Definitely a stouter featured steer coming in next. I think one that really big in regards to his back. We pull that calf to lead. He just needs to set down with a more comfortable rear leg for all of his power. Just like to see him looser out of his hock. But man, that guy is really stout back tonight. A lot of things I like about that young lady steer. Black and white steer coming in next. Maybe one that gets out with maybe a touch more reach there to his rear leg comparatively. Got a really good look up front. Gets a touch shallower and tubular maybe in regards to his body. Don't read him maybe just quite the practical look to him, but nice type of steer the young man brings us. Steer that comes in next, I definitely think a stout feature type of steer. One that's really deep. One that gets a little bit staler. One that gets a little bit more mature. Doesn't balance up maybe well. Gray steer coming in next, similar conversation. Steer that just need to give a shot more muscle, but he's long-bodied. Steer that reads really smooth. Really big-bodied steer that we close with, just a little big, a little overdone. Maybe steer gets a little bit more stale. A tough and competitive class. Again, my congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Class 4 results. First place, Jaylee Parker, Lee 4H. Second place, Savannah Bricker, Elida FFA. Third place, Jordan Hamill, Artesia FFA. Fourth place, Samantha Hendricks, Moriarty FFA. Fifth place, Kaya Quintana, Roosevelt 4H. Please have first and second place class winners at the gate. First and second place class winners at the gate. First and second place class winners to the gate. First and second place class winners.
As we finish up here with our market heifers, I think a really nice pair of females that sort their way up to the top. Yet, in regards just to freshness and quality, I'm really high on the one that we lead off with. Definitely think she has the advantage in both of those aspects. Yet, I think a female that is by far and away the soundest of the group. She's one that reads really fresh behind her shoulder. She's got a great shape up high. Like those things about her. Very fundamentally correct female with a lot of quality. I think the one that matches up with her is the one that comes in too. I think a really stout featured heifer, one that is stout and powerful in her bone. I think one that's really deep in her body. She gets up a little coarser and higher in her tail head and a little thicker in her navel. Maybe like to see her just a touch fresher in comparison to that leadoff heifer, but I think she still balances up better than the heifer that comes in third. Heifer that comes in third, one again that has plenty of power. She's got a great bold body shape. Gets a little bit off in her top line. I think a heifer that pushes down in her loin and gets off in her tail head when she's pulled to lead. Some aesthetic things I'd like to change about her, but she's ultra powerful. I like those things about her. A nice type of fundamentally correct female that comes in 3. Heifer in 4, really moderate. Think a female that reads with some dimension as you get in behind her. Gets a touch tighter in her rear leg as she gets out on the go. She doesn't balance up maybe quite as well as those other cattle. Still like the fundamental aspects of her to keep her over the red heifer in 5. Red heifer is still really green. I think a female that has some look up front, just runs out of power and stoutness in a competitive class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Results for the market heifer class. First place, Aspen Furrow, Texaco FFA. Second place, Presley Cabot, Quay 4-H. Third place, Ranley Kruger, Tatum FFA. Fourth place, Eli Norsworthy, Doña Anna 4-H. 5th place, Reese Robb, Curry 4-H.
Michaela Breaker, we need your British steer. I'd like to take a moment while we get our champion lineup geared up and ready to come back in to thank everybody for coming out and supporting these kids today. I think that's outstanding. I think we have a great program. At the same time, I got a few thank yous I'd like to make. You know, the guys in the back, Jay and Mike back there running the scales, the guys working on the gates, getting things lined up for us, thank you very much. Jimmy, Roy Lee, Mike, our ring help, you guys did a great job today. Thank you for being here and thank you for helping us. Without these volunteers, guys, this still don't happen. So I thank these people. I mean, they're here on their own free will, and I told them I might give them a bottle of water as we go along. That might be their paycheck today. So anyway, if you see these guys, give them a thank you. One other thing, if you see any of these board members that are wearing these red badges and it says board member on it, you know, these guys put this thing on and spend a lot of time and a lot of hours and a lot of money to put this thing together and to make it happen for you. And I think if you see these people, you need to take a moment and stop, shake their hand, and tell them a genuine thank you, because they don't have to do what they do either to put this thing on for you. So thank those people. Thank the help that I had here today. We've had a great show. Let's have a good grand drive. Thank you. Michaela Brinker, we're about to start without you. Come on, Michaela.
First place British, Michaela Bricker, Roosevelt 4-H. First place American, Ty Martinez, Eddie 4-H. First place exotic Class 1, Hallie Munson, Goddard FFA. Class 2, Kendall Smith, Quay 4-H. Class 3, Addie Owensby, Union 4-H. Class 4, Jaylee Parker, Lee 4-H. First place, Market Heifer, Aspen Furrow.
Well, as we finish up here in our show, folks, couldn't begin conversation here without just giving a big round of applause for these kids. Awesome show today. These kids deserve a big round of applause. Been a fun show, a lot of quality. I think as we bring them back out here, there's probably 2 or 3 in my mind that it gets down between. I think not to take away from maybe some of our cattle up front. I think the British and the American, really nice cattle within those respective breeds. Young lady out of that British division, really good balanced type steer. Maybe just gets out horsed in the lineup. Young man there, the American steer again, good balanced type of animal that offers some quality pieces. Might just get a little big on us. I think it gets down to maybe more of the exotic cattle and even the market heifer here. And within the respective classes, each one of those class winners might be a little bit different. But it really kind of comes down to me between the last 3 probably here in the lineup. And I'll wait to maybe discuss some things about those 3 here in a little bit. But couldn't be more impressed with the quality that we've had, but more importantly, the quality of kids. You guys have got awesome group of kids. They've been fun to work with today, and so want to just say that my compliments to the way that you guys are raising them and running your youth programs here in the state of New Mexico. Secondly, I think Mike made some comments about those that are helping, maybe some of the board members that are ringside. I think he's made mention of some of those that have been helping behind the scenes and in the ring. Big hats off and congratulations, or maybe thank you goes to those guys. It's a thankless job, and if you guys get the time, I know it just to run over and tell them thank you for all their work and all their efforts. They probably don't get to hear that enough. I think, like I said, for me, it comes down to a couple here. It's been a fun day. It's certainly been a pleasure to have the opportunity to come down. When Mike asked me to come do it, without any reservation, I told him I would be here. So I really enjoyed getting to come work through the show and work with your young people. I'm going to go out and show you the ones that I like and in the order that I like them. One more time, big round of applause for all these exhibitors.
All right, we're going to take a moment, get some pictures of this top 5, then we'll be lining up the junior showmen for the New Mexico Cattle Growers Association. One last time, I'd like to say thank you to Marcus. He had a good plane ride, and thank him for coming down and working with our kids. I think he did a nice job with the kids today. Thank you, Marcus.
Grand champion Market Beef belongs to Jaylee Parker, tag 5203. Reserve grand champion Addie Owensby, tag 43029. Third overall, Charles C. Ramsey. Fourth overall, Aspen Furrow. Fifth overall, Kendall Smith.
It's okay. It's all good.
Novice showman for the cattle grower showmanship contest. Novice showman to the ring. Novice showman. Going to start in 5 minutes.
Incredible, Mr. Cone. Hope we stick.
If I could have your attention in the barns, please. The pull sheets are out for everything, including the market steers. You'll have about 1 hour to come in and complete your pulls. So if you would start making your way over to the auditorium and make your pulls for the junior livestock sale at this time, please. Also, you'll need to fill out an intent to sell form. We'll have those intent to sell forms also available for you at that time.
As we get started here in our showmanship competition, we probably confused the young kids as we started. Both KP and I will be judging this together, and she made a circle up front, and I came around up front. You guys were probably a little bit confused, but thought you guys did an awesome job. You guys ringside raised a great group of young people. These kids came in high level of intensity, yet still for a group of novice showmen, I think are phenomenal. With just the fundamentals. And I think just in regards to the fundamentals, there's three that probably stand out to Kylie and myself. The young man up front is one that we wanted to recognize within this group. At times, he wants to maybe get just a little frustrated as he's setting the feet up on that animal, and I think we get him pulled back around. He wants to maybe cut the corner just a little bit short, and maybe observational. You guys saw as we made a big circle, right? Maybe it got a little bit tight in here, so we've got a big ring, and I would encourage all of you young people to maybe use the ring a little bit more than we did, and that would be one take-home if you can. Just go back and continue to work on, and especially you, buddy, as the leader, right? You've got to make sure that you set the pace for everybody else, and so you're in a really difficult place, but outside of that, thought you did a really nice job. Thought the young lady here in contention, just a really natural showman. She's really smooth. She's really just always have that steer in a really good position. Young lady thought she did a good job. Maybe at times there's probably two judges. Harder for her to kind of figure out which. I think that was the same case for all the exhibitors. And then the young lady back here on the back, young lady's really like this, angle-wise maybe different, so we're not end right here. We get more of a profile shot of that animal, but you guys are doing a phenomenal job. Kylie will go show you the one that we both agree on and both like, but big round of applause for all these exhibitors.
While we're waiting, I would like to make one other big thank you that I did not get done earlier, and I should have, and I apologize for that. But I'd also like to thank the New Mexico Cattle Growers Association Foundation. Most of y'all probably do not know they do make a very large financial contribution to this show. If it probably was not for them, well, we would not be able to have our New Mexico Born and Raised segment of this show. So it is due to their financial contribution to help pay for the judge for that, and we want to thank those people as well. Thank you.
Let's give a big hand to our senior contestants. Both Marcus and I were thoroughly impressed, one, at the amount of seniors that we had come back and participate in showmanship. I think, again, a true testament to the competitive edge that y'all are just generating here in New Mexico, and I sure would be awfully proud of that. With that said, though, I think this is bar none, and as to be expected, the toughest group that we've had to sort so far. It doesn't matter if it's in the show or in showmanship here. I think this has been extremely, extremely competitive, and all of these individuals, I think, have done a top-notch job exhibiting their animals. With that being said, though, there was some few kiddos that I thought just surfaced to the top. I think this young lady right here with this speckle-headed yellow shirt steer, I think she does exceptional just in terms of doing her work in a very quick and efficient manner. There hasn't been a time where I've caught her steer not set up properly. I think she does just a great job just in terms of not only maintaining her composure, but her calf's composure as well. Maybe gives up just a nickel intensity to a couple of the others, but again, I think doing your work in an efficient manner and always being cool, calm, and collected is what it takes, in my book at least, to be a top-notch showman today. I think the young lady directly behind her probably is a different speed in terms of intensity. Love her eye contact, love her presence. You know, she's one of those that when she stepped foot in the ring, it was clear she meant business, and I appreciate those things about you, young lady. I think here towards the end, though, you maybe let your emotions just get the best of you, started scratching your heifer just a bit harder, maybe got just a bit pickier in terms of our foot placement, and it's a minor thing, but I would prefer you just stand up a little taller and put your shoulders back. But again, a young lady with an extreme intensity and a competitive edge, something I'll always respect in a young person. The young man directly behind her, I think, just in terms of a smoothness, calmness, and professionalism manner, is maybe unrivaled in this particular group. I think he does the best job just in terms of tandeming the right kind of professionalism and presence and smoothness with the right level of intensity. He's a sure force to be reckoned with out here and makes our decision awfully, awfully close. And one last person we wanted to go ahead and highlight is this young lady that's going to be directly foot placement, the way she maneuvers around the ring, the way she utilizes her stick, all read professional to me. That's what makes this decision awfully, awfully close. Before we go and select your champion senior showman, let's give these kiddos one last round of applause.